Hey guys, good morning. I know I was not supposed to be here till
That's a good question.
1 p.m. But the jury has a question, so we're here now.
You are unmuted.
We're back on the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor. We've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about due and thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due and thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez. So are they ready to come in, Jody?
Y'all. So nobody decided to budge over
So
the
why don't I
weekend.
take a recess?
Take a recess, please.
And then Nancy.
Nobody decided to budge over the weekend. All right, so we just came in hot this morning, didn't we? Oh my God, we came in hot today. We came in hot. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Patricia. Hey, Margaret. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Miss King. Hi, Nightbot. Hi, Nightbot. Oh, goodness. Hey, QB. Hey, Lauren. Let's see. Lauren says, what's that mean? And Patricia says, what an utter waste of time and resources. So she should have given the Tui Rodriguez, in my opinion, already. That's what she should have done the last time, but she's going to do it this time. And I don't know. So deadlocked, that means they can't come to an agreement. It means somebody's holding out. it means somebody's holding out, or at least one person. I mean, there may be 2 or 3, like we said the other day. I don't know. We don't know what the split vote is, but they cannot come to an agreement, so they're deadlocked. I don't know. I don't know. I thought maybe over the weekend, I mean, the judge told them to, free up their mind over the weekend, rest and relax and try not to think about the case, um, so that they could come back in today with a clear head and everything, but, there's no way. I mean, I would have thought about it the entire weekend. I would have been like, you know, going through every single thing I could remember in my head. And guys, with all the crap that's all over the media and YouTube about this case, I cannot imagine how hard it would be to not look, you know? Ugh, to not watch something or see what everybody's thoughts and opinions are. But, mm. QB said, I bet they're stuck at 3 or 4 of count 2. This is insane, but not unexpected. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know where they're stuck at, but they're stuck for sure. Oh, hey, Spins. Hey, yeah. Oh, I didn't see Lauren say that she felt stupid. I just saw the thanks for the information. Oh, yeah, Lauren. Never, ever, ever, ever feel stupid. Nope, no, ma'am. You never know until you ask. What is it that they say? The only dumb question is the question not asked, or something like that. QB's waiting on her doctor. I know she's waiting on her doctor because she's at the doctor. But she says she's waiting on due. They gonna plot. Yay! Lauren got her driver's license. Yay! Congratulations. Hey, Morgana. Hey, Henny. Good to see you. Hold on, I missed a couple of comments. Let me scroll back up. Hold on. Patricia says, can you imagine when the people who think guilty check out the internet and see the overwhelming opinion of the public of not guilty? Right. I know. Sherry said hubby is on vacation this week. I'll be in and out. Oh, yay. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy the time with him. Yay. Yes, how was everyone's weekend? How was everyone's weekend? I had a great weekend. However, yesterday I did get too much sun. Yeah. Y'all. I got too much sun. Luckily, I mean, I'm red. I look like a lobster, but it's at that, that like, there's like that fine line between like, oof and ouch, you know? So luckily I'm on the oof side of it. I mean, it's hot. Like I feel like the sun is gonna burst out of my body. But um it's not like I'm not miserable, thank God. Um I'm glad you had a great birthday, Morgana. I didn't fall asleep, Patricia, but I was in the pool yesterday just floating. It felt so good. Um, the weather was perfect. The water was perfect, and it just felt so good. It felt so good. Um, I think I was out there for maybe an hour. Give or take. Well, I'd say maybe an hour, hour and a half. Hour and a half is pushing it though, but um I couldn't drag myself out of the pool. It just felt so good. Uh, oh, good, Lauren. Calendula cream for cooling skin if needed. Thanks, Henny. I have some spray that I use from Young Living. It's called Lavaderm Cooling Mist. And I don't know what all's in it, but I know it's got lavender in it for sure. But that really helps. It feels so good. Feels so good. I think what happened was that I typically get in the pool later in the evening when the sun is like not too far from like not setting, but going behind our tree line before the pool gets shaded again in the evening. And I usually go out there then, um, about an hour before that. But yesterday I got out there in the early afternoon. And so I just think it was just, you know, I don't know. Um, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's almost like, I don't know, like a different sun. I know it's the same sun. Do you guys know what I'm trying to say? Like you burn more at different times of the day versus if you spent the same amount of time in the sun in a later part of the day. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It makes sense in my head. Good grief, Twitter is going crazy pants. I keep getting notifications saying deadlock, 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 deadlocked. Hmm. Um, aloe vera gel is amazing. Some people say that they keep it. I think was it Steph mentioned that to me yesterday or last night too. Um, that uh something about keeping Steph's like eyeballs. She's like, "Were you talking about me?" Yeah, because you had asked me about aloe vera and keeping it in the refrigerator, I think you said. Oh no, Lauren. She got so sunburned in her face that her skin on the face is peeling. Oh no. I'm sorry. It's the worst between 10 and 2, they say. Okay, well, there you go. There you have it. I'm talking, Steph. Can you not hear me? Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back. They're back. Mm-mm.
Court of session, please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so Thank you. We'll send you folks back out to the.
All rise for the court, please. Judge, follow me.
You are muted. Goodbye.
Good gravy. Hey, Ween baby, good to see you. How are you? So, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going back into that jury room and they're saying to each other, what in the world? Right, Margaret? They're going to start slapping each other. I mean, that note was poetry, Patricia. You're right. That note that they wrote, that was excellent. I really enjoyed listening to their note. It was poetry. I know, Patricia. She says the note sounded like something a founding father would write. Margaret said she would have made it rhyme. Yeah, Steph, I can play it back. Hold on just a second and I'll do that. Ween Baby's home playing hooky because she wanted to crochet all day. Crochet all day. Crochet all day. Hey, Lee. Lee, thank you for taking out the trash and bringing in all the yummy stuff, including that Jif chocolate peanut butter. Yummy, yummy, yummy. But yeah, they're going to all go back in there and sit down and look at each other and just twiddle their thumbs and say, okay, we're going to sit in here for another hour or two and act like we're deliberating because none of us are not budging on this. And we'll go through, we'll have lunch, and then after lunch, we'll be like, yeah, we're done. Bye. In my opinion, after that letter, she should have just let him go. But I don't know. Let me run back. Let me go back and play that note for Steph. It was really good.
Court of the session, please be seated.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, In order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors, who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right. So, she went straight from the note to the TUI. Margaret, your poem. Dear Aunt Bev, we have to talk. The 12 of us are hopelessly deadlocked. Enough of all this hooey. Don't you dare read us the TUI. You're so cute. Can you imagine what could have happened if she could afford her counsel? Us poor people would have been screwed. Yep. I agree. I don't know. I just feel like the jurors are going back in that deliberation room looking at each other like, what in the world? Like, we've already told her we can't come to a decision, to an agreement. What do you want us to do? You know? I mean, I don't know. That's why I thought you meant Patricia couldn't afford. Can you imagine what would have happened if she couldn't afford her counsel? Yep. That's where you have a situation like QB was talking about the other day with like Richard Allen, from Delphi. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Oh, I agree, Morgana. She should have read the TUI on Friday. That's when she should have read it. And like was said, we talked about it then too. I know that it was their first time coming out and saying we can't come to an agreement, but that was after like 18 or 19 hours. They came out and said that they didn't have an agreement, couldn't come to an agreement. But in the letter, it said, we're at an impasse. We exhaustively blah, 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 right? It would have been a little bit different if it would have been 3 or 4 hours and they came out with a note that said, we're having a hard time coming to an agreement. You know? But she definitely should have read the TUI. Mhm. I just don't understand. I don't know. But I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Because at this point, I really can't even, that they have gone over their, wherever their disagreement is, that they've gone over that parts or that part or parts over and over and over. And if they haven't changed each other's minds at this point, I don't think they're going to. And I just don't think they're going to. So I'd say they're probably just like, okay, well, what are we going to do? What's our plan? Are we just going to sit here till lunch and then send her another note? Or wait till after lunch and send her another note? I don't want it. I know we're still looking at this dang fan. I know. The jurors are back there saying, I hate it here. I hate it here. Trademark. Oh my gosh. Mm-mm-mm. Steph says, listen, Bev, we've tried telling you in a flourishy writing, but this ain't happening, yo. Let us go. Mm. Hey, Brenda. Brenda says, am I ahead or behind you guys? Margaret says, well, it's weird not being at where today. I've decided to call my manager to get the lowdown on what happened and why. Oh, well, I mean, keep us updated as to what they say. Yes, Brenda. Um, oh, okay, Margaret. Well, just don't let her be mean to you. Morgana says, I wonder if they're deadlocked on all the charges or one of the lesser ones. Like, how clear do we need to be? I'd be at the point that I'm like, okay, no more fancy words. No more fancy words for you. Come back 1 year. The next note is going to say, no more. We're leaving. Bye. Brenda. I love you, honey. I think she knows it's going to happen. I mean, that she knows. She just did did that because she had to, but. Hey, only being Chris. Hey, girl. How are you? It spins, I mean, not this hard, but they came out of the gate with the we've exhausted our efforts. And she sent them back. I think I've only seen them do that like once before. Brenda says, right at what point do they just walk out? I don't know. Cop is going to arrest Bev for kidnapping. Happy belated birthday, Morgana. Picturing that fan sparking, malfunctioning, and falling to the ground. Oh, Lord. Oh, somebody help Steph out. Lee says, are you sure you cannot come to a verdict? No, ma'am. We just thought we would take a vacation from work. Here's your sign. Oh, you just ate a green pepper not from your garden. Oh. I really hope that they're not too hot. Thank you, Henny. You're sweet. Right. They did. They've been there, I'm sure, since like 9:00 this morning. Hopefully nobody is. Hopefully. Are you frog logging, Steph? No, ma'am. No. You're not being annoying. Yay, some new ones growing. Nice. Nice. That whole jury's frog logging. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. I'm doing well, Chris. How about you? How are you doing? I got a wee sunburnt yesterday, so I'm a little bit crispy. And I was actually not planning on going live until 1 p.m. That's what time I had this stream set for, but whenever, I think it was like 10:45, 10:30, I don't remember now. I saw that they had a question, and I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute. The last time they had a question is when they came back with the jury note saying that they had come to an impasse." And so I was thinking, well, maybe that's what they're going to say this time. So I was like, okay, I can't wait till 1 o'clock. So I'm going to go live now. And that's what I did. Morgana is going to ask QB about floppy toes. Oh my God. Lisa's back to figuring times for the schedule. What did I get myself into? What schedule, man? What are you doing? Yeah. I got the yawns. I'm sorry, guys. Was waiting for me to go live. I was just chugging coffee. Yeah, I need more coffee too. Obviously, right? Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on for one more day. Hold on for one more day. Hold on. Hold your horses. Okay, now I need to run over here into the YouTubies. You guys don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. I got to put something in the comments. There. All right. So I finally, hold on. All right. So I finally added Finch. I finally got a Finch app. And I have the only ones I have on there so far is QB and Spins. So I need more friends on Finch. And if you don't have Finch yet, don't do like I did and wait to get it. It is so cute. I love it. I don't know, Spins. Isn't the corgi everybody's first buddy? I didn't know. I don't know. Oh God, Steph changed her name to Frog Log on the Crap Strap. I don't think I ever figured out what the crap strap was. It is, Chris, the self-care pet. It's so cute. But see, here's the thing. There are some random things that I have to do around my house every day. And Margaret, look at her name. Steph changed her name to Frog Log on the Crap Strap. Um, well, thank you, Lauren. Lauren had a bot as her first pet. Oh. So Miss King, what Finch is it's an app where you start out with a little baby bird, basically. And as you do goals each day, like mostly self-care goals, like I don't know, different things like brush your teeth, take a shower, take your medicine, go outside for a few minutes. Just it's really supposed to be encouraging for people who struggle with depression and anxiety. And but like I was saying, there are some things that and as you do those things, your little bird grows up and and you can be friends with your with other birds, other finches, I guess, so to speak. Um, and so that's you friend the people like here in the chat that have started using it. But there are some things that I do that if I don't do daily, then my house literally turns into crazy town, right? Like, and then it takes me forever to get the house back in order. Um, and so 3 things that I try to do every single day that if I stay on those 3 things every single day, um, then my house stays in better shape. And those 3 things are really simple. It's just if I don't do them every day, then everything kinda gets wonky donkey. And those 3 things are simple things. Walk through the house and pick up all the trash. And by trash, I don't mean like I got trash piled in the floor. I'm just saying random, you know, things that need to go to the trash, like cardboard boxes from Amazon or, um, uh, you know, empty soda pop cardboard containers, stuff, just like that. And then the other thing is to, um, have Jolie help me pick up her toys from around the house and put them back in her room. Um, and then the third thing is to pick up miscellaneous things that don't go where they're at. Like, Dale's random Phillips head screwdriver that's in there on the kitchen countertop that doesn't belong there. So it's just and I set a timer on the Finch. And I made them goals for me to do each day to remind me, and it's super duper cute. Steph says, "Fine, I'll get it back." But you can make custom daily reminders. Um, it doesn't have to be specific to just self-care, but I mean, that's good too. Lee says, "I am the definition of lazy. I would even be too lazy to update the app." Ah, fun way to remember to take your meds. Yeah. Well, I take my meds twice a day. I take them first thing in the morning and then right before bed. And, so yeah. Um, But with each new thing that you do, you get like virtual rainbow gems or rainbow stones or whatever. And you can spend those in the store to buy cute little clothes for your pet and furniture for your little pet's house. And and then your Finch gets a little bitty pet. It's so cute. It's so cute. So 2 came up widget or pet. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'd say the self-care pet, yeah. Y'all can add me here. Hold on. It's so cute. Margaret says it keeps me consistent with a lot of things, and I love the little burbs. Mm. Yay, I'll add y'all because I don't have anybody on it, and my burb makes me feel really guilty about not updating it, but it's better with friends. Ah, mm. Sir chirps a lot. Steph, the one she had was called Sir Chirps a lot. Oh, Brenda, you're so sweet. You're sweet. Mm. Because baby got cake. Oh, I'm getting notifications from you guys on Finch. So cute. My little Finch's name is Penelope. I named her Penelope. Mm. I can't quit yawning, you guys. Hmm. What do we think they're gonna do? Do we think that they're going to come back? Um, mm, someone told you you looked like a Penelope? I don't know if you look like a Penelope. I mean, I guess. I love the name Penelope. I think it's a pretty name. Lee says after lunch, might as well get one more free meal. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's why Randy's alter ego is Penelope. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh my God, no, Morgana. No, 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 no. You guys, I am here to tell you they show way too much stuff on TV nowadays. Way too much. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that's cute, Patricia. Steph, I'm not reading your comment. Patricia says it's a much more popular name these days. I love, oh my gosh. I love, what did that say? Hold on, hold on. I love Nellie as a nickname. Yeah, that's cute. See, oh my God. Why are all these things going off on my phone all of a sudden? Hold on. I got alarms going off. I got cha-chings going off. I got all kinds of stuff on my phone. My phone's like losing its mind. Okay, so Patricia says it's a much more popular name these days. I love Nellie as a nickname. So I'm sorry, Margaret. My ears. um with Penelope, you've got Nellie, Penny. Yeah, super cute. Frog logs, that is not what I said. Ma'am. That is not what I said. That is what I said about the House of Dragons. You guys, if you watch House of Dragons, let me tell you, I ain't never seen them show as much as they showed last night on that TV show. I about died. Mm-mm-mm. She had me clutching my pearls. That takes a lot, right, Steph? Ah. Margaret, did he watch it? Did you watch it? I about died. I was like, "Are you serious right now?" Steph, I'm not talking about it. Not talking about it. Right, Margaret? I was like, "What in this world?" I mean, usually it's full of, it's full of mature stuff, right? But man, that was That was pretty X-ish. Oh God, Kel. Oh my God. Mm-mm. You're very welcome, Kel. Just maybe at that point, like, you know, get up and go, like, refresh your drink or something so that you're, like, not there in the room being all awkward. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right, Kel, there you go. Yeah, yes, House of Dragons is the prequel to Game of Thrones. You can't watch it? I never watched Game of Thrones, um, but somebody told me that House of Dragons was, like, you don't have to watch Game of Thrones to understand what's going on House of Dragons, but still. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Nicole. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I will say, though, that, they did come back, um they came back with, another note about 10:30, 10:45. They came back with a note basically saying they're still deadlocked, and the judge, um, read them the Allen charge, or there they call it the Tui Rodriguez charge. So she read them that and then sent them back once again. Um, so um if they use the words hopelessly deadlocked, would that get the judge's attention? Well, I mean, daggone, they pretty much said that Friday. I kind of felt the same way too, Elizabeth. There was a couple of things that they said in the note that made me feel that way. Elizabeth says, to me, the note sounded like they're stuck on personal opinions, not the facts of the case. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. All cool, Lauren. Pretty. All right. The clock says that they're in hour 24. of deliberation. That's a long time. Nicole says, I thought that they were getting somewhere Friday, not wanting to stop early. Yeah, I kind of thought so too, because they said, can we go till 4:15 or something like that? Hold on a second. I'm gonna look at a few things here. I have a bunch of screens open. Hold on a minute. Mm. There was a video I was gonna share with you guys. Uh, Let me go back and see if I can find it. Hold on a second, guys. I'm looking for an interview. Hmm. Where is it? Oh, wait. I think this is it. Okay, yeah, this is it. Hold on. Let me rewind it. Um, where is the daggone thing? Here, share this tab. Okay, so this was on ABC's Nightline, I think. But there's a little bit of an interview here with Karen Reed that was kind of interesting. So
outside this courthouse in Canton, Massachusetts, supporters swarmed around Karen Reed, charged with murder in January 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Reed has strenuously denied the allegations.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
Her defense, bare-knuckled and bold, is making national headlines. Her lawyers alleging in
it's really cool to see them from a different angle, so to speak, when they're not like behind the you don't get to hear her speak very often, right? So And to be honest, I haven't did a lot of like deep diving into this case. Basically all I know is what was given to us through the trial, and then things that I've heard, you know, mainly from QB or Steph. But Lauren, or not Lauren, but Steph and Elizabeth are talking about gummy time. Gummy, gummy, gummy time.
Court documents that a fellow police officer was involved in O'Keefe's death and colluded with other people in a cover-up. You're alleging that law enforcement officials in the state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
The couple first dated in their 20s, and
I think that's like we've heard that a lot, that she would call him the patron saint because of how he was just such a good guy, you know, taking care of the kids, his niece and nephew, being the like godfather to his friend's son. Was that right? Somebody remind me if that's right. The one friend's son, because I think he was his partner or something had died. She does have a nice voice. I think so too. Police partner's son. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. And I like this picture of them too. They're cute. Oh my goodness, I just noticed this hat. I noticed this the other day, but I forgot about it. This hat looks like the same hat that he had on that night that was left in the snow. That's makes me sad.
reconnected more than a decade later in the middle of the pandemic. So how did you meet up again?
He had reached out to me on Facebook and he said, "Hey, blast from the past, how's things?" And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, "Yeah, I have the kids now." I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the kids.
He would go to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeve says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve. And he said, "If you can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this."
A few weeks later, they were invited to meet up with some friends at the water.
So, I mean, it's obvious, right, that they had relationship issues. I mean, obvi. But um Fall River accent sounds like Rosie Perez, very Brooklyn. Coffee. But what I was saying is they obviously had some relationship issues, but that, you know, I mean, that's very common, very normal. So, I mean, if everyone who's had relationship issues and likes to argue and fuss and fight, you know, if that makes for a murderer, then I think we would all be sitting behind bars right now, right? Um Brenda says, "Okay, I'm back to Finch. It says add friends, but it only goes to Messenger and iPhone Messenger." Somebody might have to help her out because I'm not sure. Because I'm new to it too, so. They did make a very good looking couple, yeah. Nicole said, "I think the jury not deliberating over the weekend, we're back at square one." Uh, Watch some interesting videos about this case over the weekend. I'll find links and send to you later. Okay, Elizabeth. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Mhm. You'd be the first to go. Yeesh. Bum 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 bum. All right.
Fall Bar in Canton, and there they ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who Reed says O'Keefe looked up to. Albert had led the city's gang unit before commanding the Fugitive Apprehension Team. It was the elite squad responsible for taking down some of the city's most dangerous criminals and featured in the 2013 TNT show Boston's Finest.
1 minute we're walking around, everything's fine, and then 1 minute it's not fine.
Both times I met Brian Albert, he seemed like the type of person that you'd be surprised he's out socially because he doesn't seem like he ever wants to be there.
But at the bar, Reed says there was an invitation to continue hanging out at Albert's home.
I said, "Can we make sure we're welcome here?" Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
They drive to the Albert's house.
Not weird at all, huh? Right? Weird. Um Lauren says, "Go to friends, then add a friend to Tree Town. Then you can enter the friend code, Brenda." Cute, 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 cute. I need to share my code again here in the chat because hold on, let me add mine. Oh, it won't let me paste it. It's not in my clipboard anymore. Hold on. Okay. All right. All right, let's go back.
What happens next is disputed.
So I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone.
Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in her car, she became irritated that O'Keefe still hadn't gotten in touch with her, and she drove back to his home where she continued calling him before, she says, she fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning. She then says she woke up before 5 a.m. He still wasn't home. She then started canvassing the neighborhood.
Just gonna drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding night.
After 20 minutes of unsuccessful searching, she called John's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, who was also at his house the night before. The 3 women together now headed to Albert's home.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately. And what struck me when I saw him was his mouth was open a little bit and his eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and pronounced
Mm.
dead. He died from blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Hold on a second. Let me put a trigger warning banner up. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, Melinda. Melinda says, hi, everyone. I have a house full of little kids, so I'm going to listen only. No worries. No worries at all.
And it wasn't long before Reed became the #1 suspect. Authorities say they had noticed a cracked taillight after they seized her car.
I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my taillight. I said I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your taillight. You're okay. Let's go look for John.
But according to police statements, Jennifer McCabe told authorities that while they were looking for O'Keefe, Reed stated, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" And when O'Keefe's body was discovered, first responders who arrived on the scene.
See, I mean, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is way different than I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean. Morgana says, hey, did you see the lady that did the 3D rendering of how the Commonwealth said John was hit? I don't know, Morgana. I don't think so. I don't think I did.
Say they overheard Reed make other statements.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow and then in his drunkenness passed out?
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had had probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night. That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
Well, they were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not possible.
3 days after O'Keefe was found dead, investigators arrested Reed for manslaughter. She was eventually indicted on second-degree murder. Investigators reported they found fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper on Reed's vehicle, and that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near O'Keefe's body.
The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video.
Oh, Lord, there was that hair. Did you see his hair? Look, hold on.
And that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near O'Keefe's body.
Look at his hair. I can't with you, Lally. You need a new hairdo, man. I can't with you with that. Whatever that is. Elizabeth says, my thing is this. Nobody knows how they will react when their partner is missing / died suddenly. I've been in Karen's shoes, sort of. It's absolutely awful and horrible. I'm not proud of how I reacted, but it was my natural reaction. His mom probably still dresses him. Excuse me.
Victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car.
In court documents, the prosecution also claims that Reed's blood alcohol level could have been between 0.13 and 0.29%, above the legal limit of 0.08. In addition, they say pieces of Reed's taillight were found on the scene the day O'Keefe's body was discovered. More fragments of that taillight were found the following week, according to Canton police reports, after the snow melted, which revealed more at the scene. But Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, has a different theory about how those fragments of taillight got there.
Those pieces of taillight were placed there after the fact.
You're saying evidence was planted.
The pieces of taillight were planted after the fact.
What does the defense believe actually happened to John after Karen dropped him off?
Oh, Lord, that was a bad look, bad stop on Alan Jackson right there. He looks like he's pooping. Oh, God. Steph, you crack me up.
I think he walked into the house. I think he was confronted, was likely brought down to the basement. I think that confrontation got physical and he was beaten. He was beaten to a point of unconsciousness.
Jackson argues that the autopsy photos of O'Keefe support his theory and not the prosecution's claim.
Looks like he's been in a fist fight and he's been beaten. He's got some defensive wound bruises on the backs of his hand. He's got this massive laceration on the back of his head, a big giant gash, about 2.5 inches, exactly lateral, going from left to right. 2 black eyes, cut over his right eye, cut over his nose. This was a cover-up that John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside.
But in a statement to ABC News, the prosecution says there was no conspiracy or cover-up. Such claims have been systematically refuted by evidence submitted to Norfolk Superior Court. The prosecution also said that, according to O'Keefe's cell phone GPS records and 11 witness statements, O'Keefe never entered Albert's home, and that a medical examiner found no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight.
There's no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds.
ABC News reached out to attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, but did not hear back by the time of this broadcast. In a previous statement to the Boston Herald, McCabe's attorney said the whole scenario is baseless. Reed is scheduled to appear next in court again in September.
And here we are at trial with a jury who cannot come to a verdict. He should have said there's no evidence, period. Let me go look because I think Morgana sent something. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, I just got a reminder on Twitter don't forget, we're going to be discussing this soon too. Sarah Boone is going to be representing herself because the judge basically took away her she waived her right to counsel. So but keep in mind that I haven't read the document yet, but I think that the judge with Sarah Boone basically is just like, he took away the option because she kept doing what she was doing over and over and over with all these different lawyers. So, nope, Lauren, she'll have to represent herself unless she hires unless she hires her own attorney. Unless she hires her own attorney. Hold on a second, folks. I gotta X some things out because I've got too many tabs open at the moment. All right, that one's closed. All right. So Morgana sent me something. I just don't know. I need to check this out. I don't know if I can. I'll have to watch these. Don't be going and taking 2 gummies, Steph. You'll knock yourself slick out, ma'am. You will knock yourself slick out. So there's this video here that Morgana sent. Let me copy the link. Let me put the link in the chat here. paste the link in here. So credit goes to this video is As Get Industries, it looks like. You guys can check them out because it looks like she's got quite a few Karen Reed things. But let's, and they're shorter videos. Let's watch this. See. Hold on, let me rewind it a sec. Here, let's watch this.
This is a 3D illustration of the Karen Reed murder scene. A special thanks to Emily at True Crime for bringing this case to my attention. If you like my work, please follow. The time is around 12:30 a.m.
Okay, so you guys can see. Thank you, Morgana. This is pretty interesting. This is interesting. Look at this. Look at this. So there you have the flagpole. It's like a red stick sticking up out of the ground. You've got the house, the driveway, the mailbox. You got the SUV, the fire hydrant, the tree line, the snow, obviously, right? All right. And then obviously the guy standing there is supposed to be John O'Keefe, right?
And Karen Reed sits in her car approximately 60 feet past the home where John O'Keefe's body was found. This is based on the prosecutor's opening statements that Karen Reed's vehicle traveled 60 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour when hitting John O'Keefe. Karen leaves and drives back to O'Keefe's house, where she goes to bed for the night. Supporters of Karen Reed question these events. One thing is, it's reported his cell phone was found under his body. And
that's kind of wild how people can do that with these like 3D things. Isn't that cool? That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Instead of being thrown in a different direction. Other things that don't make sense is how someone being so far down the road.
Let me go back and see again. Hold on.
Other things that don't make sense is how supporters of Karen Reed question these events. One thing is, it's reported his cell phone was found under his body instead of being thrown in a different direction. Other things that don't make sense is how someone being so far down the road would stop, back up quickly with the intent of hitting someone, and then that person would just stand there and not get out of the way. For me, one of the biggest questions is how it is possible that no one would.
You know what? That's true too. Like I never thought about that. Did they even bring that up in the trial? Like he was that far, if she was that far away and he's that far back, did they bring that up in the trial? Like anybody was asked that? Like it was really 60 feet away. I think even if you were drunker than a monkey, you would still jump out of the way, right? Oh, did you, Steph? I missed it, ma'am. Missed it.
Witness this. This wasn't some quiet night and everybody was in bed. There was nearly a dozen people in the home having a party. That's why
cool.
Karen and John were there in the first place. Jennifer McCabe testified that she could see Karen Reed's car out front the door and that she was texting O'Keefe to park behind her car. Viewing this from another direction, you can see how Brian Higgins' Jeep is parked right in front of the mailbox. And as we move in and view this from the driveway, it seems unlikely that 12 people would leave the house and not have been able to see a body in the front yard.
Mm.
Also, this was a night that it was snowing, and I wonder how Karen was able to accelerate so quickly without just spinning tires and warning O'Keefe of the impending danger. Thank you for watching. You can support my work by purchasing items in my TikTok shop.
Very cool. You guys go check her out. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. She has another video that is, hold on, let me open this. Copy. Part 2. I'm not gonna play it. I'm gonna, just put it in the link or put it in the chat, and you guys, can watch that at your, convenience. But it's a part 2, and it shows, like, the back of the house, it looks like. So I don't know what she's doing in that video. Oh my goodness, I'm yawning my head off. But she's got a TikTok shop and everything. Go check her out. Super cool. Mm. Okay. All right. Let me close this tab out. Sorry, you guys. I'm really bad about multitasking, and you know that. Ooh, she did one on the Apple River case too. Be sure and check that one out. It's from Inside the House, the link that I just put. Yeah, I was looking at that. And her videos are super short. What? Spin saying, why are monkeys drinking? What are you talking about? Hmm. Okay. I'm looking at the ceiling fan. It's still going. Nothing as of yet. Yeah, spin seeing monkeys. Hour 25. Wow. Can you believe that? Honestly, I'd say the last couple hours, I personally don't think that they went back after she read them that charge. I don't think that they went back to that jury room and deliberated anymore. I think they went back there and just sat and looked at each other and was like, yeah, we're just going to sit here and wait a respectable amount of time and then go back out there and tell her, it's a no. We still ain't come to no decision. Oh, I said something about them being drunker than a monkey. Got it. Got it. Sorry. I was like, what is she talking about? Ay, 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 ay. Hold on a second. Let me check. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, okay. Elizabeth, yes. The Truth Revealed, I watched that over the weekend too. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. He was talking about the different, like, I think one of them I watched, they had said something about words that prove you're guilty or something, and he kind of like dissected Jen McCabe's testimony, and which was kind of interesting, I have to say. Killing time, right? Right, Brenda? When your mind's made up, that's it. And to be honest, even if I wanted it to be done and over with, there's no way that I would say, you know what, guys, I don't agree with it, but let's just say I do, just so that we won't get yelled out by the judge again. So, yeah, I change my vote to this, or I change my vote to that, whichever decision the majority is. And there's no way I would do that. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm. Like she says, did not instead of didn't, was not instead of wasn't, absolutely not when she means absolutely, shaking her head yes. Right? And then there was another one when she said the word never. Um and another word he said if when you she says the word never, that usually is a lie when people use the word never. And then also she said the word incorrect, I think was the word she used, was incorrect. And he called her out on that one too. I don't know. You okay, Poppy? Poppy just yelped. Um Elizabeth said she said absolutely a lot. I need to watch them again. Oh, for you, it's like Darlie, Rudy, or Rudy A. Rudy. I don't know how to say that name. Oh, she's fine, Brenda. She does that every once in a while. She'll be like scratching at her ear, and yeah, she does it every once in a while. And then when she does that, she'll like scratch herself or hurt, like injure her own self, and then she'll look at me like I'm the one that done it to her. I'm like, "Excuse me? No, you did that yourself." Goofy. Hmm. I watched a show about it in Emma Kinney's episode. I keep trying to get Crime Weekly to cover it. I feel when you have an educated person, their vocabulary and body language get scrutinized more. I don't know. Hold on, let me share the screen again. Yep, hour 25. Lord, Lord, Lord. Steph said, I think they didn't have the evidence for her conviction and she was convicted through character assassination personally. Now, wait a minute. Tell me again, what's that one? Because I think I watched a video on that one a while back, a few days ago. Steph says, you know how you drive home and you're like, wait, how did I get here? That's how I feel. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Darlie was convicted of killing 2 of her 3 children while they all slept in the living room. Family from Texas. Okay. She was a blonde-headed woman, or is, right? Right, yeah, I remember that. The major slash in her neck that was centimeters away from killing her, too. Wasn't there a sock found outside and she threw a birthday party for them at the cemetery? Yeah, I remember she threw this party at the cemetery. They let balloons go. I remember seeing that video. That left out all the crying and sobbing and mourning before that. So what do you think happened, Steph, if you don't think she did it? What's your theory? You guys, I'm gonna have to have some more coffee because I'm starting to drag. Yes, and neighbors reported seeing an unfamiliar car near the house like it was surveilling them. All right. Well, we're going to take a little brief intermission. I'm going to run to the bathroom, get some coffee, let Poppy out to use the potty, grab the kiddos a snack, and I'll be back in, I will say 10-ish minutes, give or take. I'll turn the music on and I will I'll turn the music on and I'll have my phone with me. So if for whatever reason the jury comes back or something wonky happens between now and then I'll jump back in here. So, but you guys go get you a step or two outside. Just go take a few steps, go get a snack, go use the potty, go get you some coffee, do the things. Okay? I'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back. We're back. Got my coffee, fresh hot cup of coffee. Let the doggo out to use the potty. Kiddo snacks. And I am tired. You crack me up, Elizabeth. Hold on a minute. Steph says, I can confirm. I can confirm.
Okay.
We're back in the saddle again. We're back. We're back in the saddle again. So they have 3 minutes until lunchtime. I'm not feeling like they're going to come in with any sort of, I mean, if I had my druthers, I would prefer that they come in like right now and say, okay, our verdict is we don't have one or we have one, and this is the verdict, and then be done. I'm ready to get this one done, and like Grace says, done and dusted. She cracks me up when she says that, done and dusted. I want to get it done and dusted. because I want to move on to other things. Patricia, you feel it dragging today too? My eyeballs still feel tired. So do mine. I'm tired. I'm tired. And honestly, I don't feel great today. I'm just kind of blah. I think it's because of too much sun yesterday and then stayed up late last night diamond painting and then got up early today. And you know what, Steph? I have it on my Finch. Hey, Cherie. No, it's not that. It's not like sick stuff. No, it's more, it's just, I'm just tired. It feels like a double Monday. I do need to drink more water today for sure because I'm on my second cup of coffee. And I did have water today, but I've had more coffee than water. So after this cup of coffee, I'm going to make me my big Stanley-esque tumbler full of water. Sunburn can make you kind of not feel well. That's kind of how and I feel tired. It is a double Monday. It feels like a double, triple Monday. Ugh. Ooh, Margaret, going to call the former boss now. Let's see if she picks up or has anything to say. Wish me luck. Lots of luck. And let us know how the conversation goes. All right, Elizabeth. Love you. Yeah, good luck, Margaret, says Steph. Keep being classy and strong. I shall give you an update in the form of a poem. Oh my God. I love her so much. Oh, what I was gonna say was though I have on my Finch, one of my goals is to not take a nap today. Well, guess which one of those little goals is probably not gonna get a check mark? Because I feel a nap coming on hard. Like, I'm ready for a nap. Yeah, that's not getting checked. Mm-mm. No. Because this girl's getting a nap today. Mm-mm. She's honing her craft for Hall Market. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh no, really? Voicemail? Mm. Dang it, my earbuds cut off. Rewind. She'll call me. Is she good about calling like right away or is it like forever before she calls back? Oh my gosh, right, Steph? That would be amazing. We need a siren system like the Amber Alert for verdicts coming in. Uh, we do. We do. We do. I agree. Mm. I agree. see. As soon as she sees my missed call, she will drop what she's doing and call me back. Ooh. Right, Steph. She's probably trying to figure out crap without you. True. She probably can't find her phone. Oh, that's so funny. You would make that app, Steph? That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. So the things that I want to discuss after this is finally over. Oh, there's so many things, so many different stories I want to talk about, you guys. I want to talk about Stephen Stearns, the creep. I want to talk about um, Sandra Birchmore, Alexi Treviso. I want to talk with you guys about that one. Oh, so many. What are you talking about, Steph? Oh, because Stefan. Because you said you wanted to talk about Steph, and I almost got, oh shoot, am I really a ghost? What happened to me? You're goofy, Steph. You're not a ghost, ma'am. I see you. Miss King says they don't want to get sued. The email was not the correct way to let a person go. Ooh. But yeah, there's so many different stories that I want to start talking about. And I was looking too on Sarah Boone. Apparently, if I'm not mistaken, her trial is supposed to be October. So she'll be representing herself unless she hires an attorney. And did anybody read that 58-page letter that she wrote to the court? Did anybody read that? I haven't read that yet. I want to read that. Maybe I'll find that and read that with you guys. A legal loophole. You're listening to your own true crime episode. Weird, right, Steph? It was a dark and windy night. She is cray cray. Her and little Woody should be a fun time. Well, the thing with Sarah Boone, the thing with her is she I don't know. I feel like she thinks and believes that she's smarter than everyone else. That's what I think. I really believe that she believes that she's smarter than everyone else. Miss King said, I watched someone read it. I would watch it again. Well, it looks, yeah. Okay, I'm safe until bedtime, says Steph. I'm gonna be like, she's getting all the weird vibes right now. My motion detector already detected movement at nearly midnight last night. Steph, go to bed. Go to bed right now. I didn't read I haven't read it. I did hear some of it because I was watching different people. But it was just like a blip of what I, heard or read. Patricia said, I agree, Jenny. Some people act like they're the smartest person in the room, but I totally think she believes it to her core. See, that's what I think too. Like with Daryl Brooks, and even with the treehouse murder guy, I forget his name, but his name was the same name as the Tucker, something Tucker, wasn't it? Ty Tucker, or I can't remember. Anyway, he admitted, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to represent myself because this reason or that reason. But he didn't, I don't feel like he pretended to like know it all. You know what I mean? With Daryl Brooks, Daryl just came in like with the Waukesha parade. That with that whole trial, he just came in there angry and felt like everybody owed him everything, and it was obvious he didn't know anything. And but with Sarah Boone, I think, like you said, Patricia, I think she believes it to her core. Um Steph, you're the cutest. She said, okay, here's the emotional part of the high right now. If ever any of you feel like I'm ignoring you or don't like you, it's not true. New people scare me. I've been burned too many times. I love you, Steph. Cherie says, my gut's telling me that this trial is going to be a repeat of the other person that represented themselves. Yeah. The fact that she believes it to the core is exactly what makes her cray cray to the infinity degree. Tyrone Tucker, yeah. I always picture Erica Badu when I think of his first name. They haven't yet, Miss King. I think they were supposed to have. I can't remember what the last update was. They had hearing scheduled, but I don't know if it got pushed back, or what. But to be fair, Sarah Boone, does she have any money? I don't see her having money to hire a lawyer. Yeah, the judge did change. The last judge that was on there when we watched, he took himself out. He's like, "No. No. Mm-mm. I can't remember what his reason was, but he recused himself." She should hire that lady from Adam Montgomery. Does Sarah's husband still have to pay her alimony while she's in jail? I don't know. That's a good question, Patricia. I'm not positive. Yeah, she was married, Steph. It's her son's father. He's the one that actually she called when it happened because they live like right down the road from each other. And well, yeah, ex-husband. She's not married. Oh, they're going back into the camera. I guess they're like, well, it's 1:15. Let's play some fun stuffs here. Probably gonna do more of what they did yesterday or Friday, I mean. They're gonna play back video clips. No, Steph. Ex-husband. Oh, God, that is so loud.
Alan, Karen, how are you feeling today?
Karen, what's your message?
Karen, how are you feeling right now?
It's live outside of Canton this morning.
David, do you want to make any comment? Karen, are you still feeling confident?
Fine. How you have grown. Look, parents.
Sure. Let me turn this back on. You're right, Al. Mr. Reed, are you still feeling confident?
It's the weekend. Come on. What's the plan for the weekend?
Good call, Al.
I've been doing it long enough. How are you feeling? You have a good weekend? Yeah. How are you going to celebrate? She's come home.
How are you guys feeling after the weekend?
Karen, how will you celebrate if you're found not guilty?
Hmm.
You're good about that. I let you yell it. And I'm standing beside you. I mean, you could try the same thing, like how are they feeling after the weekend?
Ask them how they think about Karen's supporters.
Okay, Steph, I'll take a look here in a second. Thank you.
Alan, how are you feeling this morning?
Very good,
Think
thanks.
this is gonna be a verdict?
Karen, how will you celebrate if you're found not guilty?
You know what? I'll let you get in touch. Let's go, Karen! Let's go, Dream Team!
Dream team.
Watch how Karen Reed responds to him, right? So at the very beginning, when closing arguments were happening and the jury was just getting into deliberation, you saw Karen Reed walk in and out of the courthouse with an air of smile. She was even answering before questions and shouted at him. Now it's been more than 1 hour. 5 minutes.
So much pink. There's so much pink.
I know what I wanted. Why am I allowed to scream? And I can't see the video from back here. Those people are in the Huh? Yes, Karen.
Address the people in the street and people that we can influence, not the people that we care. Okay? We're just ignoring them.
Just free speech. Okay, so come out from the mathematics and talk, right? Move on with myself? That makes no sense. We all have the right to be here, Sam.
I'm muted, guys. That's why I'm sitting here chomping on some lunch.
People will say, well, you hate Turtle Boy, so that's why you hear no. No, it's not that. I could never, my hate for Turtle Boy does not mean I would want an innocent woman going to prison. But Turtle Boy only defends the lowest forms of life. So I looked into his case, and I do not believe that people actually use conspiracy theory because she's clearly guilty. And it makes me really, really sad. How long will you be over here? As long as I can. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yes, I was actually here in September in support of Karen Reed. Initially, I did think she was innocent, and once I took a closer look at the evidence, I realized, a lot of things that they put out there, like the belt was missing, she was missing, it was all a lie. She put out a doctored autopsy photo of his arm to make it look like arm bites. And the thing is, I was in the free Karen Reed group. If you ask any questions outside of their narrative, they actually attack you. So it's like a cult. There was a lot of red flags into the evidence. I realized that this was just a big propaganda campaign.
How do you feel about people dismissing your opinion because you used to be on the other side?
I think that's unfortunate, and it's just their way to deflect, and it's irrelevant. I actually have apologized to the O'Keeffes, the witnesses, and I said, sorry that I did that. I feel terrible. I wish more people would be humble enough to say, yeah, maybe I was wrong.
And you guys are out here today, bigger than Friday. How did you mobilize this group? Is there a Facebook page?
There's a big group of us. We decided to come last minute on Friday just because of that incident at the VFW where they showed up where the family was. So we just organized and just told everybody that is in support of John. So hopefully a lot more people come. So there is a lot of support. We just did not come here till Friday because we did not want to add to the circus.
When you guys came on Friday, did you start getting responses online? Did people start reaching out to you?
There was a lot of things written about me online, specifically for people that made that movement, saying that I'm trash, just saying, they'll edit our pictures, they're talking sexual things, just anything. If you come out here in support of the family, they attack you personally, and they run your name. And that's why she's been so hard. If I wasn't my own boss, I wouldn't be here today because I know they were trying to get me fired.
And going back
people have been fired because of them. People right here.
And going back to comments online, I mean, what do you make of people saying some of the mean things that
you just
are
have to
being
have
said?
thick skin, and I ignore it because I know it's irrelevant and it's not true. And if you don't give it attention, then it's less relevant.
And you're firm enough in your belief that you're willing to come out here despite 100%. Maybe being harassed or.
Yes.
People say that you guys are more anti-Turtle Boy than you are, I guess, anti-Karen Reed.
For a long time, I believed she was innocent, and I didn't support him. Okay, and then over time, I looked further into the evidence, and I realized, oh my God, she did it. So for a long time, and that's just a way to deflect. It's not true.
So would you say you're here to be anti-Turtle Boy, anti-Karen Reed, or both?
This has nothing to do with Turtle Boy right now. This is all about Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you remind me your name?
Julie Gincho, G-I-N-T-O.
Thank you. Thanks, Julie.
It was not, it was
Sorry.
You know why they're going back in?
Alan, what are you thinking?
They're doing their job. Karen, any reaction to what the judge did today? Karen, any reaction to what the judge did today? What's the feeling like at this moment? You're doing a great job.
Gonna roll it. All right, could you tell me your name and spell it, please?
Yes, I'm Danielle, and my last name is Lavache, L-A-V as in Victor, A-C-H-E.
Okay, Danielle, I just wanted to ask today if you have a rebuttal to the protesters on the other side. What are you thinking?
So it's not a rebuttal. Everybody wants justice for John. So us saying free Karen Reed isn't because we don't want justice for John. It's because we want justice with the right people. So Karen's innocent, and what's sad and the reason I'm here is because I could be Karen, she could be Karen, and I don't want to live somewhere that other people dictate that, you know. So that's about it. I mean, I feel for everybody. Like, this is, again, people wearing pink and here for Karen. It's not because we don't want someone to be brought to justice. We just want the right person to be brought to justice, or in this case, people. So that's about it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Free Karen Reed.
I'm rolling, and we're gonna start. How's it going? If you just wanted to give me your name and how to spell it.
It's Joe, J-O-E.
Sweet. Okay, well, Joe, what's your rebuttal to the John O'Keefe supporters that have been out here today?
I just think it's kind of weird that they are saying that they support the family and that they're saying that none of us support the family. They're making it seem like we are all attacking and harassing the family, which is what they actually said, even though it's not true, because, you know, there have been people who have walked by like a certain bar or something and taken pictures of some people inside, but that's far from harassment, nor did anyone even know that the family's in there. And they're just making it seem like we all just support this cop killer and that we are against the family, and none of it is true. And they are trying to say that they support the O'Keefe family, but I don't think that's true. I just think they're here because they hate Turtle Boy.
Do you have any reaction to the jury going back for more deliberation?
You know, I think that Lally was definitely pushing for it because he knows that he's never going to find 12 people who will ever convict her. So he's knowing that there is a hung jury here. He knows that at least one person has to be on his side. So he's pumped and he's like, get him back in there. Let's keep him in there as long as we can until something happens. But, you know, I think at this point, he'd probably just rather a not guilty verdict than a hung jury because he will not and cannot do this again. You just can't do it. Mm-hmm.
Anything else you want to add before we close out here?
Free Karen Reed. That's it.
Sweet. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Did you see this Mickelman and these people that are on your posters out here today?
We did.
And what's your message to them?
My message to them is free Karen Reed. We're all for the blue, justice for John O'Keefe. And you know what? Rethink your steps, ladies, because it's free Karen Reed. We're going to get a verdict. She's not guilty.
Do you think a verdict is going to be reached today?
We're hoping, we're praying that we will have a verdict today. If it takes a few more days, we will still be standing here back in the family with her family and the family.
Even into the 4th of July, the holiday, you don't think a lot of people are going to go away? You think they're going to stand here all out in all these hours in the heat, all for this, even if this continues to go on?
Well, I'm sure a few people are going away for the 4th of July, but I'm one person. I'll be here, obviously not the 4th of July, it's closed, but I'll definitely be here all the way till the 4th of July. And then if it follows up to next week, we will be here backing them up again.
Does it give you a lack of confidence that the jury has not come to a verdict yet? I mean, they just talked about how they have to come up with a decision later. This might be a hung jury. This could be a whole new trial. What are your thoughts on that? If this is really, everyone here is not going to get the answer or an answer that they'd like to hear, you know?
I'm actually not losing faith because it could work great for Karen Reed. If there's a hung jury or if there's a mistrial, I highly doubt that the defense, the prosecution is going to do a trial all over again. I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. So I think that could be a positive for Karen Reed and her team.
What would your message be to Karen if she was standing right here?
I love you, Karen. We know you're innocent. We love you and your family. We're standing right behind you, Karen. And justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And what would your message be to people all across the world that are watching this? All eyes on Dedham, Massachusetts right now, and Karen Reed in this trial. They're seeing you guys out here. And really, what is your message that you want people who aren't here to know?
I want people to know that there is corruption in the, we do see corruption and, law enforcement and everything. Not everybody that wears the blue is corrupt, I want to put that message across. There is plenty of great officers out there, but I want everybody to know that they need to look into this case and see the actual factual facts about this case and see that Karen Reed is not guilty.
A question I didn't ask, any details you'd like to add? The floor is open to you.
No details. We just love Karen. My daughter and I have been on the steps, when this all first started and stuff, and it's been great. We've made great friends here. We become a family. It's been awesome. Everybody's just come together just for the same cause.
Anything else?
No, man, nothing else. We just, we want to thank everybody that's come out here, that has brought snacks for everybody and drinks, and we're here for the same cause. I love the fact that we've all become family. People have come and traveled from different countries, different states, and I think that is great for the same cause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Austria, France,
Once it gets close, I want to know they're going to have their lunch, right? Well, it's noon time now.
Are you going to ask me something?
I will. I'll start us off.
My regular voice is kind of silly.
So if you would, just tell me your name and spell it, please.
First and last, it's Lynn Cacchiotti, Cacchiotti.
Well, hello, Lynn. We're just out here today. We want to know what you're up to. What brings you here?
I'm coming in from Rhode Island, and I've been following the case since motion hearings in the fall. And I just feel like she's becoming part of the history of the American justice system and what some problems, obviously, that came out through this trial. And I mirror image her because of the Sally Port video that was given to the jury in her mirror image form, sort of deceiving. And then I'm portraying her as a lady of justice with the scales of justice down here at the bottom, the courthouse behind her, with one eye peeking out for that question of impartiality in the justice system, in this trial in particular.
Very, very cool. Do you have a reaction or a rebuttal to the protesters that were over there just a bit ago for John O'Keefe?
I think that justice for John O'Keefe is finding the truth. And to me, that I think that that's not what's happening in the court, so I think it's important that Karen is not only freed, but that we find what really happened. I think that's justice for John O'Keefe. I understand different people have different opinions, and everybody's respectful of that, but this is how I show through my art is how I sort of show my work and my thought about it. Yeah.
So then I guess going off of that, how would you feel if the jury did come back and they were still hung and you didn't get that answer you've been looking for?
I'm hoping that they'll investigate it further regardless, and I would like to believe that the Commonwealth wouldn't retry the case based on the way this went. I think that they had a poor case and the defense proved that. So, I mean, obviously we want to not guilty, but I guess if it's hung, I'll just hope they don't retry her, but they can see the flaw in the original indictment.
Is there anything else you want to add? Any details?
No, just free Karen Reed, and that's it. Yeah, and you can use art to portray your feelings and make statements. But that, I like the idea of people using their art for good and for causes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And he asked us, he goes, yeah, that's typical of the New York and the United States. Yeah, so she goes, it's either that or we have a guarantee. And the guarantee is like, you're going to give us our money back no matter what. So when you explain it to the assets, you move everything over, just have enough to put on those. And then that value of those assets is growing over. Where the roots go. We have nothing. We have no recourse. We gave up our interest in the equity. I know, they're like, we'll let the lawyers have it. Karen had to go to another law.
That would be really cool, Steph. You'll have to scroll back and get her name and see if you can find her. She said her name, spelled it and everything. So rewind it back and see if you can find it. Hi, Jolie. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she even spells it out for me, right? Hi, cutie. You're so cute. Mm-hmm. They're back to the ceiling fan. Hour 26 of deliberation. So they should be back from lunch, or lunch should be done in about 10 minutes. Mm. There was a, where did it go? Let me see if I can find it. Here's one. So here is the behavior panel. You know, those guys that we love. Let me make it bigger.
Today we're going to talk about Karen Reed. Greg, it's the best we have at the moment. Today we're
So I love these guys. You guys know I love these guys. Oh, the thing. Yeah, let me go check that. I did forget. Okay, let me go in Discord and find. Yeah. Mm. Okay, here, let me share this. This is an article that Steph sent to me a while ago about Tyrone Tucker, the treehouse murder. This article is dated May 3rd. So a couple months ago. Treehouse murder suspect Franklin Tyrone Tucker jailed in Oregon on $3 million bond. Wow. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, far right, speaks with prosecutors on January 12th. During his murder trial, Tucker acted as his own lawyer. And then here it says a Monroe County judge on April 30th. Issued an arrest warrant for the suspect in the 2017 murder of 59-year-old Matthew Bonnet on Stock Island, a case that became known as the Treehouse Murder, for the open-air location where a woman was living at the time. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, 52, has fended off prosecutors since then and walked out of the court in January on bond after a hung jury. He has been free after posting a $2 million bond in 2019. But on May 3rd, Tucker was arrested and booked into the Multnomah County Jail in Portland, Oregon, after Keys court officials said he violated the conditions of his pretrial release by missing a scheduled urinalysis test for alcohol. What? What in this world? He was arrested and booked because he violated the conditions of his pretrial release by missing a scheduled urinalysis test for alcohol. Monroe County Judge James Morgan III signed the warrant and set a $3.1 million bond. At press time, Tucker remained in custody in Oregon. He's due to appear at the Monroe County Courthouse in Key West at 1:30 p.m. on June 17th. Before his arrest, Tucker took to Facebook to decry the arrest warrant as yet another unfair move against him by the criminal justice system. I know it's most likely a trap, even if it is, and while I have a bad feeling about it, I'd rather walk in like a man than be drug in like a dog, Tucker wrote. Tucker said he eventually took the urine test and only missed the previously scheduled one because when he arrived at the lab, he was told he couldn't take the test. However, the pre-trial services officer's report says Tucker told them another story. The lab had a computer issue and also he had been feeling ill for the past 2 days. Hi, honey. The lab said Tucker's registration had expired by the time he made it through the line after waiting 10 to 15 minutes, according to the same report. Tucker's been fighting the charges that he fatally stabbed Bonnet during a robbery on Stock Island. Tucker represented himself at court. Mark Jones declared a mistrial after they couldn't reach a decision. Deliberations began and ended on the same day with the majority of the jurors voting guilty. A couple had questions. And then he talks about his wife. Oh, and then he talks about Paula Belmonte. You guys remember Paula? Paula Belmonte died February the 6th in Key West from complications from COPD. And Tucker says, in my eyes, she will always be my hero, choosing to be my friend when everyone was still trying to convince her that I'm just a horrible monster. Tucker posted about her death. She fought for my freedom right up until the end, and I will never forgive the way they treated her. The jury's split verdict in January hasn't deterred Mansfield from returning to court. We've got evidence we feel proves he was involved in this murder, he said. Several jurors believed in the evidence. Even some of Tucker's strongest supporters want him to hire attorneys this time. Someone said, Tucker, you did an outstanding job representing yourself, but hire a dang lawyer, man. One commented on his Facebook post, they are going nuclear on you, bro. So, looks like the prosecution isn't letting loose. They're going to hang on. They are bound and determined, right? $3 million bond. I know, that was insanity. And that was because he missed a P test. They've got it out for him. Yeah, Paula. You guys remember Paula. God love her. She was the one that, like, that judge had to get down there in front of that TV screen and talk to her, and it was awful. It was awful.
Hi.
Hi, babe. Oh, you're so sweet. You got a runny nose? Come here, let me see. Come here, let me see your nose, ma'am. Well, I can't see it with your hands over it. Okay, you're good. Is it itchy?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Then I want to go back over here to this behavior panel. Hold on. Is she a booger nose Jones today? I am. No. She was just holding it. And I was like, well, did you do something? Is your like nose bleeding or what? But nothing. There was nothing wrong with it. She's fine. She's just being goofy. Share screen. All right. So we have these guys from the behavior panel. I love these guys so much. And this, I think it said it was posted 2 weeks ago. I hadn't seen this yet. But they do body language. They're body language experts. So they're going to do an analysis on Karen Reed's body language. And I think we can, review this. I think that would be interesting.
We're going to talk about Karen Reed. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
So this video interview, and it was a very short one, and we're going to have very short clips, was from Nightline, ABC Nightline. We've also talked to the guys at Dateline. We're trying to get their video, and I don't know that we'll ever see it, but this is the only published interview with her to date. She's on trial for the murder, I think it's manslaughter, murder 2, that she's been charged with in Boston courts for the death of a Boston police officer. Really good, interesting one. Her boyfriend.
You're alleging that law enforcement officials in this state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, okay, look, straight off with this one, let's just say it's super tight cuts here. It's choppy, it's all over.
Steph, these guys are usually pretty good about letting you share their content. But I mean, sorry, I got a text, not a text, but a Twitter notification. But yeah, they're pretty good about not striking or anything. Patricia, I think that my favorite one is Scott on the top right hand corner. Oh, the whistling thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they always do that. That's like part of their spiel, part of their, intro or whatever.
Over the place, but it is what it is. I mean, it's the best we have at the moment, and so we've been holding off looking at it, but we'll look at it. But just it's choppy, so there's an issue there. You know about that. But what have we got? Well, really tight body language, not only in the whole of the body, but in the face as well, locked down, but it's choppy. So we don't know what's happening before and after. But so we're going to take that as a baseline. I don't know. I'm going to see what everybody else says about that, because it's a bit of a tricky one. Here's what I will say, though. There's a very different rhythm to the speech on, I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who didn't care for John. So the rhythm for me changes on that sentence. And let's look at that sentence. It's all via the negative. It's all negative. You could say the same thing by saying, I and everyone cared for John. You could say it that way. The way she says it is, I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who didn't care for John. So it's very negative, it's detached, and it's distanced. And that doesn't sound too good, I would.
So yeah, I like Scott. Mark, the one that's talking now, I really like him too, but I think I like to listen to him. But as far as Scott goes, I just always right, I like the accent, but Scott, I don't know, I just always like what he says. Um I don't know, I just like him a lot. I agree, they're all great. But the accent's fun, right? Oh, Jolie, crack me up. You're funny.
Yeah.
I would say. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Very similar notes. But one of the things is she starts nodding before the question is over. We don't see this very often, hardly ever in guilty people. And she's nodding to the rhythm of her speech. And people being deceptive find this almost impossible. And still, she's not making a denial here. And the statements that I'm referring to were not openly remarking about anyone's guilt directly in words. So her statement about getting the truth out there is surprising if she's guilty. And what we see so often in guilty people is avoidance and redirection to their innocence and injecting more ambiguity into the narrative to just muddy the waters. The behavior I'm seeing in this clip at the end here is fluid, it's flowing, there's no loss of words, there's no loss of fluency like I just had there. And none of the other 55 hallmark to look for in people who committed a crime and are then lying about it on camera. Her head nodding, emphasis on emotional words and usage of his name, using his name, is all very congruent and what I would expect to see in a situation like this. One might say it's as it should be. And again, keep in mind, as we're going through these clips, I can't speak for everybody, but I will be using the 5 C's in a hierarchical order. I'm looking for changes to behavior, clusters, context, culture, and then the deceptive behaviors, even though those don't exist. That'll be the last thing that I'm really looking for. So in each video we look at, I'm going to give you a tip to make sure you ask better questions in your life, or if you're a reporter talking to somebody who's a suspect of something. So the first one is develop a baseline. Ask a few basic questions at the beginning of the interview, where somebody went to college, what they do for a living, how they met their partner. So allow their natural behavior when they're telling the truth to be visible before you start digging. Scott, what do you got?
We got a couple things going against us. Number one, this video is so choppy, it's ridiculous. It's the most Botox we've ever seen in on somebody on our show. I've never seen so much. I don't think in person in life, I don't think I've seen somebody with so much Botox as her in this one. So it's really hard to see any emotions. There are no micro expressions whatsoever in this anywhere. I agree with you, Chase. Those confirmation nods as she's talking. That's when you when you look at those, quite often people think that means she's saying yes when she's supposed to be saying no and that kind of thing. But it's just confirming what she's saying. Her voice, tone, and volume never change. It's really loud, and it's almost a lot. It's almost like she's locked onto one volume and one tone and just stays there the whole time. So that's kind of I haven't seen that for a long time. I've seen it a few times, but this for me is odd. But I don't know if it's odd for her because we have no idea what her baseline is. There's no chance for that because these videos, like I was saying before, are so choppy, and which means we're going to have to focus a lot on what she says as opposed to how she acts or reacts to things from a body language perspective. Greg, what do you got?
So let's talk a little bit about what happens when you're in front of a jury, because at the end of the day, that's what really matters here. It doesn't matter what we say in this thing, but what she's going to have to be careful of is she is not a warm person in this interview. I don't care who you are. She's intense. When intense is okay. Some people are intense, others aren't. But I see no grief, no sorrow, no sadness when she's talking about because he's dead. The only thing I see is aggravation at why they're questioning her. And that is not a good look when you're sitting in front of a jury. Doesn't matter. And I said this when we were doing a news piece. Look, you need to humanize yourself. I don't care if that's who you are. You need to humanize yourself. So when I don't see that, I then want to start looking for other places she may start to leak a little information and that kind of thing. I also think, Mark, I'm just going to hit two things because I can't say enough how choppy this one was. And the only reason we haven't done it to now is because this is all there is. But when she's talking about you would be hard pressed to find someone who doesn't think he's the patron saint or whatever it was, I see a little contempt or disdain or something. Did he give too much time to other people? Don't know. But something in that face right there. There's also the possibility because the way she speaks and the way she moves, that's residual in the way she holds her face. Again, when you look at 9-second clips or 22-second clips, this is really, really hard. And her eye rolling is just illustrators. So I think we got to be careful not to assign anything to her eye rolling and movement. What we're going to have to do is look for a pattern. We're going to get a baseline, the best we can do here. This is, again, the baseline in this interview, which is chopped to hell. The one place I wish they would not have cut is when she was so annoyed when she said, because he's dead, and there was a cut in there. Man, that would have been great just to leave that little bit alone. But good start. This is what we got. This is what we're going to show you. She needs to be cautious. That's all I got.
What do you think is the best? This is one of the worst as far as choppy goes, things being chopped up. What's the best one we've seen where it wasn't choppy? Had just the full on. It was recent. We had a really good one, and I think we commented on that. How it's not focused on the person.
Pierce Morgan
interviewing.
Yeah, Piers Morgan's
That's right.
is always really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
that
Prince
was good.
Andrew interview is a great one. I mean, that's well shot.
And Spacey just did an interview with Piers Morgan. We'll do again here shortly, where he talks about being on a plane with Bill Clinton, Epstein, and young and underage girls. So
yeah.
Wow. Where's this? When did this happen?
Yesterday, the day before.
Yeah.
We'll do it next week. Great interview.
We'll do it next week.
One of Piers's best, actually.
You've seen it?
He's pretty.
I have. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah,
we'll do it next week.
Good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, very good.
All right.
You're alleging that law enforcement officials in the state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
Did you meet up again?
He had reached out to me on Facebook and he said, "Hey, blast from the past, how's things?" And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, "Yeah, I have the kids now." I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the kids.
He would go to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeve says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve. And he said, "If you can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this."
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm really short on this one. The eye rolls are emphatic with her. There's sacred space when she's talking about the kids. I think there's probably some, and she tells us, she's going to tell us there's some baggage around how he treated her, about how she treated the kids and that kind of stuff. But we see that. We see her starting to adapt, do that sacred space. I always talk about closing your hands in front of you and rubbing your hands together. We're seeing her releasing nervous energy, trying to adapt, trying to make the uncomfortable comfortable. And then she does a real adapter when she's talking about that argument on New Year's Eve. So there's some baggage here. The thing is, just because there's baggage here doesn't mean that she killed a guy with a car. So if anybody who tells you, well, she rubbed her neck when she's talking about him, so she must have killed him, we call that absolutist, and we know that's BS. Chase, what do you got?
Totally agree. I watched this part so many times today, and I thought she bought a new dress. Maybe there's a tag in there, and we have no idea. But when she's talking about Facebook and him reaching out to her, she's genuinely smiling and recalling this at the precise emotional point where we would expect, and it's not a full smile. And I'm saying it's not a full smile because that's even harder to fake. This little partial smile at that exact moment is harder to fake because if we're faking smiles, we want to telegraph it. We want people to see it. And she says, "I admired that. I thought it was amazing about the kids." There's genuine chin boss movement, which we typically associate with genuine grief or shame or just seeing something that we're feeling down about. And when you see this with downward gazing, it's a great indicator of some kind of grief because you're seeing a cluster and not relying on one single behavior. One thing guilty people will do is disparage the victim. We see this over and over again, especially if you're a subscriber to the channel. You've seen it a lot. They'll provide reasons to dislike the person who's been murdered, albeit pretty covertly and subtly. What they won't hardly ever do is go into a story about the victim doing something irresponsible, then launching into how profusely they apologized for it and how they continue to apologize over time. The way she's explaining all this has smooth cadence, emotional tone shifting up and down at the right moments, and maybe her intensity. And we talk about anger all the time, like innocent people will be angry if they're charged with a crime or accused of something. That could be an explanation for the intensity here. Sorry, my wife and daughter just spun by on the four-wheeler out the window. Distracted.
Speaking of intensity,
yeah. But her hands are in sync with the words she does, and Scott will show you that maybe hopefully in a minute. When it happens on specific, I can't remember something, but everything looks like I might expect it to be, and her eye contact is the same as her baseline. So with the second tip here, if you're a reporter, you're interviewing somebody, ask more open-ended questions. These require more detailed responses and increase the cognitive load. This is the mental processes on the interviewee. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah. Okay. I think maybe you're confusing her almost melodic. How do you say it? Her voice changing like that. I think we're hearing a volume change in there because her tone doesn't change. It's all like that most of the time. And it's
I'm not getting it. Could you give us like a 3-second instead of a
yeah.
yeah.
How does it sound again?
Well, it's harsh. It's a harsh
Okay.
sound.
What's that Boston accent too that goes with it? Yeah.
Oh
Right.
man, yeah, it's hardcore and it's spot on. I lived there for a long time and it was oof. So we obviously see that big adapter, but I'm with you guys. It could be most anything, but it does show up when she's talking about the fight they were having. But I don't think that would be that bothers me as using that as an adapter, seeing that as an adapter, calling it as one. But I think there is stress there with that. So maybe that's what it is. It's a tough call on that one. She has this really strange tick where her eyes get real wide like that, and we see her hands. She's adapting with her hands. That's definitely going on. But that could be from nervousness because she's being interviewed. She's having to relive this situation that she's being accused of. So there's that. So right now it could go either way for me at this point. When she said, but the thing with that makes it way more toward maybe something's up here is when she talks about him telling her he doesn't want to start rehashing this thing they've gone over before. That's what they're fussing about, is how she keeps bringing stuff up that he did, that he got in trouble for. And he says to her, and he said, I don't want to keep rehashing this. So maybe it's one of those things where she just keeps talking to him and bugging him, and maybe he's just not into it. Maybe she resents him because I'm feeling like she's resentful toward him for the way things sound. So I don't think their relationship is solid. And I think she's resentful because he's out drinking and hanging out with his buddies and stuff. And she's home watching the kids and they're not even her kids. So I think that might weigh into this as well. But still, it's a little 50-50 for me right now. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. There's milling around, so there's stress, but it's pretty consistent throughout. There's no massive changes. The potential adaptation on the shoulder there, it comes at the right time if you take into account the word argument. So I agree with that. But Chase, just like you say, it could be anything. Could be anything. But surely there should be a little more stress over the idea of argument. So it doesn't seem unreasonable. You're not going to go, oh, she's lying about the argument. No, it suits the idea of argument. Is she lying about something else? Well, nothing else comes at that point. So, that seems to fit for me. I'm okay.
I don't know about you guys, but is it just me? On Mark's screen, when I look at it, like if I look at it straight on, it's fine. But when I'm looking at it like just glance quickly, it looks like a big, massive, long chainsaw. Not a chainsaw, but like a saw. It reminds me of what are those saws called where they used to use like one person on one side and another person on the other side and they'd back and forth like old timey saws. That's what that looks like. It's what it reminds me of. Super random. I know. Super random. Hey, Billy. A hacksaw, a logger type saw. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it looks like. It's 100%. You see that on the wall? Yeah. Oh.
Okay with that. I do sense a little bit of change in rhythm and cadence within stay with his niece and nephew, stay with. In that, there's a change. There's a subtle change. Do I think there's something up there? No, I think it's stress because she is resentful of this. She's setting up a story there of resent. She's clear that she didn't like being left in charge of that and being given that maybe it was presumed she would take responsibility for that. Sounds fair. Interesting. Incoherently drunk. There's a change in rhythm there. Okay, so there's now a little more of a story of here's this person that presumes you're going to look after the kids, incoherently drunk at times. And then she says, taken, taken advantage of. And there's a loss of fluency there. She says taken twice. There's a little thought in there. But again, that loss of fluency seems to fit the whole story that she's setting up there, which is she's now, well, is she being forced into with the questioning to give a representation of, I had a guy who wasn't really, behaving as he should behave, was getting out of hand now and again. And I think I felt like I was being taken advantage of. I think everything that we're hearing in the subtle changes, and they're really subtle, that are happening there, they seem to fit. So I don't think there's any deception going on here. It's more emotionally accurate for what she's talking about. However, this story then does really set up this person as not the potential angel who she doesn't think anyone would not, like being around. It's kind of twisted the story slightly but he wasn't perfect. And so, in my view, I'd like to see where are we going to go with this? Is that it's going to move further? Because to your point, Chase, are we starting to see a little bit of a gear shift, a subtle volume change into demeaning this person because we've got to set this person up as a perpetrator of something and reposition herself as a victim of something? We see that often happening with people who are guilty of something. Is it going to happen?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream on the fan on my phone. And I saw they said that the jury had a question. Oh, there's QB. Jury has a question. Movement. Uh, how are you, Chaloon? Hey, hey, hey. She says, are we feeling nervous about the verdict in here? The longer it takes, the more I worry about guilty. Well, I mean, they're going on 26 hour. They're in their 26th hour of deliberation, I think. Yeah, I agree, Steph. I think they're going to call it a mistrial here momentarily. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing all right, Chaloon. I'm tired today. I will say that. I'm eager to take a nap. Um yeah, I'm eager for a nap. I got a little too much sun yesterday. Got a little sunburnt. Oh, Cherie says it is a wooden dragon. I can see the head. Okay. Okay. Let me scooch over here to the um fan while we wait. The question is, how many more times do we have to tell you we're hung like a set of cheap curtains? That's funny. They got their bellies full and they're ready to go take a nap. Mm-hmm. What, Steph? Kel says, question, how many times do we have to tell you we can't agree? What, did you and Margaret, say those at the very same time? Don't think there are that many that are leaning guilty. Power in numbers to stay strong. Oh my God, Steph, you need to go to bed. I pretty much think the jury is stuck in extra strength super glue at this point. Ooh, right, Cherie? Steph said, I was thinking hung like a horse, and it's like a set of cheap curtains, and I got so concerned. You. Oh, God, Steph. Not when Crash Daddy was there, huh? These people are going to have PTSD if they see each other about town outside the courtroom after this, right? They're going to run into each other at Walmart and scream and run the other way. No, not you. The jury has sent the court another note. Like, did they mean 2 notes or the original note? Like, what? I'm confused. Did they send 2 notes? Hmm. Somebody's saying in that chat that it was 2:27 whenever something about the a note. Weird, right? Um I think they mean this is the 3rd time they've sent one to clarify it's not a question, it's a we can't do this. They would be wrinkly and have no stiffness to them whatsoever, Morgana. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my God, I'm so sleepy. I'm on the verge of laying my head down on my desk and taking a nap right here, right now. Will you guys wake me up when the verdict if they come back? Okay. That was a quick nap. Had to rewind, couldn't hear over my ice machine. I'm so sleepy. You know how sometimes when you're sleepy, you can like pump yourself up and, you know, catch that second wind? And then other times it's like, nope. That's me right now. I'm like, nope. I got 0. I mean, I love y'all, but right now, my bed and my pillows and my blanket and my fan, it sounds like perfection. This is the Mondayest Monday ever. Brenda, I say that all the time. If I sit down in there in my recliner, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to, Brenda. As soon as hi. As soon as this is done, that is what I will be doing. I'm trying to read this chat. Not the my chat, but um the chat over here on Law and Crime. I can't never make heads or tails out of nothing that they say. Someone literally just said, I hate this chat. Come on. I agree. These deliberation days have been exhausting. It's like the whole hurry up and wait thing. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Oh, same. I don't have an Aiden here, so I can do what I want, says Steph.
You are unmuted.
We have audio.
Thank you. Be seated. Closing session. 22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, the jury is at an impasse.
Yes.
So we'll bring them in.
Well, I mean, I wish it was not guilty, but when they're saying that they're at an impasse, that's better than.
Please rise for the jury.
Right, we can't make a decision, right, Margaret?
Closing session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
That's what I took away from it too, Patricia. That there's a pretty even split. That's oof. Either that or it's the same people who over and over are like, no, we're not changing our mind, and that's that.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime, maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m. Ron? And I would appear from my client.
Is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to be for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So
What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. The teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so for those, Ms. Lulu and I are not available on the 22nd. We have a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Lulu and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna retry her. I don't think that they're gonna even I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I feel bad. I really feel bad for his family. I feel bad for his mom. They want justice. I don't know what he just said. The brother just said something. There's no audio, but yeah, the brother said something. I don't know what he said. You see the look on her face. Hmm. Patricia said, I hope they'll continue to represent her, even though the Commonwealth is going to try to bleed her dry. So Henny, they come back to court the end of June, or I mean July. And they either, I want to wait and see if, and look at those two women just still there. That poor court reporter. She never gets a break, does she? I want to I'm going to keep this screen up for now just in case there is a, what do you call it? What is the word I'm looking for? Blah, 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 blah. Press conference. But what I was saying was I feel like that I know that their family wants justice, right? But they were fully wanting Karen to be found guilty. She's happy at this point that it's a hung jury. I mean, yeah, of course she would have wanted a not guilty, right? But she would rather have a hung jury versus a guilty. So they're going to have to decide, the Commonwealth has to decide if they want to retry her again. They'll have to pick a whole new jury, have the trial all over again in front of a different jury, and see if that jury will convict her or not. Patricia says hopefully the feds step in and don't allow retrial with the pending investigations, and hopefully a juror will speak out and let us know what the split looked like. That would be amazing, right? Maybe my next one will be Ode to a Ceiling Fan. With those same full witnesses we watched who can't remember anything. Exactly. Oh my God, right, Morgana? Absolutely. No, I think that they can leave straight out of the gate and talk if they want to. With all the lies and corruption, I think they will just leave crap lie. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to retry or not. I mean, I'm interested to know if they want to do it all over again. And I'm sure she'd be up for the fight. But I don't know. I mean, Lally might double down and be like, yeah, we're doing it again, or not. I don't know what they will. It was at July 22nd, so that's like in 21 days. They'll have a status hearing. So when they do that, I don't know what they're gonna. Will they have until then to decide what the plan is, If it's split 50-50, most prosecutors will take their chances again. Patricia said, I'm not sure Lally can take being demoralized and owned by Jackson and Yannetti twice. Yeah, July 22nd, I think is what Kel wrote. I didn't hear the date that they decided on. I know it was July because she said the end of June was going to, not the end of June. She said the end of July was not going to be great, but she did end up going with that July 22nd. At 2, said QB. What do you think, QB? Do you think they're going to retry her again, or do you think they're going to not? Jolie, stop before you fall off the bed. She's over here jumping on the bed like a little monkey. Well, sad, but I can handle this trial ending like this. I couldn't have if Lemonheads ended this way. Right, Margaret? Right. It's because we knew he's guilty, right? Probably, Kel. Just about everything that they've done with her has been most definitely, unless the feds jump in. How can you hear the testimony of the two experts in one of the best firms in the country say that the physics did not make sense for a vehicle accident and still be held back by whatever convictions? When they testified for free. Government document sent? It's a whole crap, said QB. Let me run over here to Discord real quick and see what's Steph dropped in there. What? Ah, kiddo. What am I looking for in here, Steph? I'm looking through it, but I don't know what I need to. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay, Steph. I was reading through it. I was like, wait, what is that? I don't know what I'm about to read in here. Patricia's saying it with her whole chest. It's a whole stack of frog logs. Oh, Margaret, that feels like me right now. That feels like me today. Somebody just sent me this. She said, when life knocks me down, I usually just lay there and take a nap. That sounds so good. That sounds so good. Let's see. Stand by for possible press conference. Well, I mean, come on. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting for a press conference. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. About what that date is set for, if they have until that date to decide if they're going to retry it immediately, because I'm sure they're going to plant more evidence and try to build a stronger case before attempting to retry her with what they have and what she has. If they come up with more evidence in another trial, then that's going to look super sketch. I don't know about that. They need to find out what charge they were hung on so they know what to retry. Sounds like it may have been on everything. I doubt Lollipop would recharge second degree, but I don't see him or Morrissey letting it go. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let it go. Let it go. Da-da, you don't have a case. Let it go. Let it go. What's the plan for the rest of the week? So the plan for the rest of the week. Sorry. Keep notifications on Twitter. Nap. Yeah. Let it go. Yeah. Nap. I'm gonna nap. I'm gonna nap. No, I'm kidding. So I mean I am gonna nap today, here momentarily. Kiddo, what are you doing? Can you put that back? That is my sleep apnea machine mask. Ma'am, that is not a toy. It's a new one in a package. Oh yeah, she said. So the rest of this week I need to make a schedule, so I guess of sorts. But I plan on talking about some different things like we talked about. With Madeline Soto and I want to look into Sandra Birchmore, talk about Sarah Boone. That kind of stuffs. So that's the plan. I don't know of any other, I mean, I'm sure there are trials going on, but I think I'm like trialed out, man. But I think we're just going to have some conversation this week, the rest of this week, and talk about some of these other cases and situations and stuff. So I know we do need a breather after that dragged out. That was so long and exhausting. And I told Steph and QB this the other day. I'm not nearly as invested in this trial as some of y'all are. I don't know. Um, like Daybell, that one was an important one to me. And not that this one isn't important. It's very important. He was a cop. Officer John O'Keefe was a cop. This woman is, probably set up, and I feel really bad for his family having to leave there without justice. However, now they canceled their stream. Oh my Lord. Good grief. Law and crime, why you gotta do us that way? What you gotta do us that way for? Jeez Louise. See, now I don't even know what I was saying. I think I was talking about his family. I wish that they would have been able to leave there with some closure, but that didn't happen. And I'm not saying that by them getting closure means Karen being found guilty. That's not what I'm saying at all, because I don't feel like she. Oh my gosh, I just got a notification on my phone from Finch. It says, "Don't take a nap." Finch, I am sorry about your luck, cutie patootie, but I'm taking my nap today. I'm taking my nap. I'm taking my nap. Totally listening. I'm taking my nap. Well, you can go do what you want to do, but I'm going to take my nap. Yeah. Who does this Finch think she is? I know, right, Patricia? Chaloon says it's unfortunate some people will never get the closure. And see, that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to spit out is that I wish the O'Keefes could have left today with closure, with some resolve, you know, being that they had closure, but it didn't happen. And I don't think that her being found guilty, I mean, yeah, that would have given them what they wanted, but that's not what happened. And I don't feel like that's what should have happened either. I feel like their closure is not the correct closure, if that's the right way to phrase it. I don't know, but you saying nap, 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 and it could have reminded you of any of the things left on your list, sus. So no, what's sussy or why that's not sussy is because I specifically set that do not take a nap goal on Finch. I set it for 3 p.m. because to remind me at 3 p.m. And I did that because 3 p.m. is when I start getting a little bit sleepy. And so I'm like, if I put that at 3, it's going to be like, nope, no nap for you. Come back 1 year, right, Morgana? But I forgot that I had it set to notify me at 3. Yeah. Do we have does anybody have is anybody seeing I am going to nap, Steph. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure am. Sure am. I want to, hold on. I want, hold on. I'm going to go over here and look and see if I can find a press conference. Anybody seeing a press conference anywhere? Mm. Okay, I found something. Hold on, hold on. Kel said, Penelope is so cute, but I don't listen to her. I've listened to her. I'm just not going to listen to her on the nap thing. Not today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today. Okay, so this is let's see.
Evidence in the 21st century, they should not be sitting on a trial. So you
Now, what you just heard from there, that's Rita Lombardi. She's one of the Karen Reed supporters. Again,
Canoni set a status conference for a date of July 22nd at 2 p.m. in Norfolk Superior Court, this location. First, we want to thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintained sight of the true core of this case to find justice for John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth intends to retry the case. As early as 1 p.m. this afternoon, we were in contact with representatives from the Norfolk County DA's office asking if they've thought about whether or not they plan to retry this case, if they think they're going to be releasing a statement if there is a mistrial declared. And they didn't know, or that we were told that they didn't know yet. So to already have that statement saying not only do we want to thank the O'Keefe family and have a response to the mistrial being declared here, but they do intend to retry this case. It's certainly interesting. And also incredibly interesting is the note from the jury. You know, there's been 3 notes from the jury over the course of deliberations saying that they're deadlocked. This last one saying that they're at an impasse. And those notes signifying that some members were the term, some members of the jury just feel polarizingly opposite about the facts of this case. I spoke with our legal analyst who we talk to all the time about this case, Jennifer Roman, 3 business days ago. I think it was on Thursday. And she said to me, she had been worried from the beginning that this could be a hung jury. And I said, why? And she said, well, you go to a dinner party with 10 friends and you bring up this case and you can have 3 or 4 people who feel one thing, 5 or 6 people who feel another, and who cannot convince each other to feel otherwise. And she said, our jurors are a reflection of our community. This is a jury handpicked from Norfolk County. They live in this area. And she, Jennifer Roman, I'm speaking about our legal analyst, was not surprised at all to hear that they have fundamental disagreements about some of the facts and in this case and whether or not the Commonwealth had proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And I said this earlier when I spoke with both of you, but I really can't overstate just how different today feels, and honestly the last 5 days of deliberations, but particularly today compared to the rest of this trial. The heaviness in that courtroom was potent. To come outside in the rain, to have no interviews with anyone involved in the case, just quick statements and everybody rush out of here. And in that courtroom, the 2 sides that you were hearing could not have been more different. As the judge said, I'm declaring a mistrial. You heard a sigh in the courtroom, not a sigh of relief, like a sigh. And you saw Mrs. O'Keefe crying. You saw other members of the O'Keefe family crying. And then through the windows outside, you heard cheers. You heard just loud yelling, wooing, which we've been able to hear many times over the course of this whole trial, because the courtroom is right on the corner of the courthouse. So whenever there's been a siren or cheers from the group outside, even though they're past some 200-foot buffer zone, those cheers you can hear inside that courtroom. So to have those two sides happen as a mistrial was declared.
You guys are cracking me up. Why do we have this app again? I know, Morgana. I don't pay it no attention. Not on the nap part anyway. Why? Sorry, was texting, getting ready to text the husband because he was asking. If we needed anything from town. So hold on a second. I have to fall over and break the printer. Margaret, I wish I was, honey. I'm sitting right here at my desk. She may get stuck in the printer like the poor cough drop. People in the Northeast would hate me. I can't be saying Norfolk or any folk the way they do and have it just roll off the tongue. I can't either. Because it definitely sounds like they're saying a bad word. I'm like, and some of them say Norfolk, like with an R, like the L is an R. I'm like, what in the world? Where, what? What? But being in California, I will not pronounce the T's in Santa Monica. In front of the freeways. The freeways. Make a list. Double stuffed Oreos. Hey, Kayleen. We have Norfolk, Nebraska, and we pronounce it Norfolk. That's how they say it. Cracks me up. Cracks me up. Mm. Oh, shoot. I just seen something, a text. Not a text, a tweet. Hold on. This says statement from Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey. He said he intends to retry Karen Reed. A mistrial has been declared in the matter of Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni set a status conference date of July 22 to Norfolk Superior Court. First, we thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintain sight of the true core of this case. O'Keefe. The Commonwealth intends to retry the case. Yeah. So that was the same statement that they gave a while ago. Too. Yeah. True that. Well, you guys, I don't think that they're going to have a press conference. If they do,
who passed away from cancer about a decade ago. And
if they do, then we'll be missing it over here. Carney. Yeah, that's how Turtle Boy, I think a lot of people pronounce his last name as Carney. Mhm. Yeah, I think if we have one, I mean, if they do have one, I can start with it tomorrow in case anybody misses it, but I don't know that they're gonna have one. I don't know. I'm sure his family's not wanting to say anything. I'm sure they just want to get in the car and go home and not be bothered. Have a good napski. I plan to. I plan to have a really good nap. Yeah. As soon as husband's home from work. Yeah, I'll take me a good nap. Um Oh, absolutely, Patricia. Yeah, that was my plan. I was like, if they happen to pop in for whatever reason before the scheduled live, then I was gonna hop on anyway. Henny, it's good to see you, honey. A good nap, Kel. Um 2 to 3 hours, not gonna lie. I like big naps. I like big naps, and I cannot lie. Usually 2 hours, sometimes 3. I like big naps. I can't take like, it takes me a little bit to fall asleep. I can't, like, um like, my dad used to be like, "I'm gonna take a nap," and he'd lay down across the bed, not covered up, not use a pillow or nothing. Just lay down for 20 minutes, and then he'd be like, "Oh, alright." I'm like, "Wait, what?" No. Mm-mm. I can't like, what's even a 20-minute no. Uh-uh. Chaloon says, "When I hear 20 minutes, I just don't understand." Right? Yeah, no. Mm-mm. Take a gummy. Uh, it's the sleep apnea, I think. What do you mean, Steph? Yeah, I never could. If I lay down for an hour, like that's also a no. I'm like, I wake up and I'm like, "Ugh, why did I even take a nap?" Hmm. Why the 20-minute power naps don't make sense. Yeah. I get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the 20-minute naps. Nope. Definitely not in 20 minutes. Hi, Mom, she says. All right, you guys, I'm going to scooch on out of here. I don't know what tomorrow will be, but I will plan something. And how do they do that, or Margaret? How? Right, Chaloon, I need some REM sleep to be worth anything. Absolutely. I don't get it. I do not get it. All right, I'm going to get out of here, but we'll see you back tomorrow. I'm going to say noonish. 1 noon to 1-ish, somewhere around in there. Since we don't have trials and stuff. But yeah. I'm excited, so. Oh, one more yawn for you guys before I go. I love y'all. Thank you for hanging out. And we'll see you back tomorrow. I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to like, subscribe, #replay, all those things. All right. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.